Hello, and welcome back to some good old programming. Everyone's doing good today. Everyone's had a good one so far. Alrighty. Oh, we are back at it again. So, I will say now, I didn't get as much done over the weekend as I would have liked. For a variety of reasons. I had a couple of other concerns pop up that required more immediate attention. But today, first priority, I'm gonna work on tooltips. Then after that, we'll see how it goes. Hey yo, welcome back. Yeah, I saw your comment on one of the shorts the other day. Which reminds me, I was going to DM you later this week on Twitter, I think it is, right? About the thing we chatted on. Because next week, I'm going to be very available. Oh, I also admit I'm on the slight tired side at the moment. I'm doing my best. Just having a... Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright. Oh. I was traveling so I can watch the stream. That's fair enough. I understand that all too well. Same, super tired. Yeah. Doesn't help that it's like, for me, this is Monday morning, right? So I'm coming off a fairly longish weekend. Admittedly, right? So I won't go into details about yesterday as much, but the day before, so on Saturday, after I finished with stream, I went and had, like, I think I literally grabbed some food, got back on, started chatting with some friends doing Warframe, played that up until quite late, and then just, like, started playing Dead by Daylight with some friends up until, like, midnight, which is very late for me. So, yeah. As an Asian, I stopped spending money on non-important stuff. That's fair enough. That's a cool trip. Hope that was all fun. Where'd you go in Asia, might I ask? Because it's always I mean, it's a big area to go. There's a lot of cool places. Alright, what's the thing that I need? It's an upgrade, right? The reference point for it. There we go. Alright. Drove to university today, missed my exit on the route, had to drive for an extra hour to get there. Oh, good lord. Wait, what do you mean by DM on... no, it was on Twitter, right? It's because we had the conversation on Twitter? Wait, am I remembering it wrong? Where is it? No, sorry, that was someone else. I think. I'm getting mixed around with names because a very similar name, I think. My apologies. Yeah. No, sorry, it was someone with a very similar name, like a week or two back I had to chat with on Twitter. Not on Twitch, on Twitter, yeah. Good side, I found KFC and McDonald's, they were right next to each other. That's a very interesting business tactic. That's kind of scummy, I'm gonna be honest. It's like, oh, you want KFC? Cool. Do you also want McDonald's for like the shake or something? I mean, it makes sense. I do like me my KFC, even if it has gone to shite. Text scale. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass through a text scale, aren't I? Alright, text scale. Then, we're just gonna have width for now, and height. There we go. 1 hour longer, but double drive-through. Yeah. Definitely has their benefits every once in a while, right? So, what I'm going to need is I'm going to need to draw sprite, stretched, extended, because it's always just the best way to do this. Or I think, is it 1 that I want? Finally made my first 3D model for a game. I'm working on a side project. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, right? So, unsurprisingly, as any good game dev, I've got some side projects I'm working on as well. Future projects, future game ideas, stuff like that, right? I don't think you can blame me for that. I don't think, like, anyone would be surprised at such a thing. But, you see, so one of the main ones that I've been working on, I've shown a little bit of it in the past. I'm not going to show like the details, so that's why I'm pulling up Paint. It's kind of like if you've ever played Long Live the Queen. Right? Long Live the Queen is a really fun game to me. And there's all sorts of like variations on this, and games have like done it before and done it after, and a lot of the newer games are incredible for what they've come up with. One of the newer ones, we pull up Steam, is this one, right? Volcano Princess. This one's a really cool example of this kind of concept. Right, so there's these two games that kind of I really like, and I've always kind of wanted to do a game like this. So the fun part is, there was an anime I watched at one point that sparked an idea in my head. So I'll always kind of like admit to this. There's a few specific genres and like anime I absolutely adore watching, and I'll watch pretty much religiously. Isekai is one of them, for better or worse. As what else? I mean, Magical Girl. Same argument. It's pretty much every season I'll watch like the seasonal Magical Girl series, and all that sort of stuff. And I love spoof ones on Magical Girls. I think that's always some of my favorites. It's just ones that like take the genre and then make something funny out of it. Gotta be the Twin Tail, for example. Still one of my favorites of all time, because of how much of a shitpost it is. Now, point is, where is this leading to? Another one that I really enjoy is the villainess stories. I really like a lot of the villainess ones where it's like, I'm in this game or whatever, and this game might be trash, but I'm a raccoon. Exactly. But like those sorts of storylines where it's like somehow an individual that is an asshole goes back to the, or like is reincarnated into, or all that sort of stuff. I love those. Villainous storylines are amazing. I really fucking love that. And it's been getting more and more popular. There is one that was done that is actually more along the lines of what I liked the idea of, and I kind of came up with from my like used as a foundation point for designing this game that I'm talking about, which is I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I can have a quick squiz. Because I know I've got it noted down somewhere. Just know that the project at this point is called Kingdom Restart. I don't know. There's nothing else I'm really willing to share at this point because a lot of this is very early development. Do I have any? I don't have the fucking notes for it. Seriously? Is it maybe in my list of things to do? No. There was a list that I had for what I was thinking about doing for this year. Is it in that? Maybe. No. I have no idea then. Well, shorthand is, it was a villainous storyline, but instead of being like reincarnated, what happened was she was an awful person, and the story starts with her getting beheaded. Alright? Story starts with her getting beheaded. Then she goes back in time to a point where she's a kid and basically goes, shit, I don't want that to happen. How do we change this? Because it's like a civil uprising and shit like that. So she starts basically finding people, like searching for people and stuff like that, that were really smart, but she was a dick to before. And she just stopped being a dick. Basically, was the big thing. One of the first ones she like is nice to is the fact that like, I think it was like one of the maids brings out a cake and accidentally trips and falls. And she just like realizes, no, don't do this. Because I remember her from my past life. And she was the one of the few people that would actually come and be nice to me while I was imprisoned. Because that's the thing. Well, this is how it ends. She had been like in a dungeon, in a caged in. This whole time through that point. And yeah, so she basically was like, oh, well, I'm not going to be an awful person to you because you treated me so well. And she basically ends up treating her especially well because she's like, oh no, I'm paying you back for what you did to me in this alternative future, basically. Same with a lot of other characters and all that. She basically ends up becoming like almost this saint-like character to everyone, because she basically is doing all in her power to avoid this. And I thought this was really compelling and interesting. Is the idea of like, it's not that she's a good person, it's that she's out of spite, she is becoming a good person. Or she's perceived as a good person to others. And that is what's incredible. It takes revenge instead of being nice. Oh yeah, I've seen that a lot. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a villainess storyline. So it's, the female is evil, but like, something's happened and the person driving the character now is actively trying to avoid the future in which they probably die or something like that. Because most of the time the villainous storylines are like Otome games and stuff like that, right? And they get reincarnated as the villainess, not the heroine, and now they're trying to do their best to not get killed at the end of the storyline, or exiled or whatever, right? Or preparing for that if it must be. I think the main one that like really kicked it off in anime, I still absolutely adored, was the one where she basically infatuated everyone, including the heroine. The other one is where he becomes evil and yeah, I'm pretty sure I know that one. But yeah, so I saw this storyline here and I was like, damn, what if we took this kind of loose concept and applied it to these kind of games, right? The Long Live the Queen and the Volcano Princess kind of games, which is what we've got, the one that I'm designing at the moment off to the side. And I've been working very hard at like setting up little routes and stuff like that for her, because I just like the idea of what is the motivations of a character that know they're going to die, know that they were an awful person in their previous life, all these sorts of things. You know this stuff. What are you gonna do? So that's how the game starts, is it starts with you in that future environment having eaten moldy bread and shite and never actually like been treated well for a very long time in a civil war scenario, and you're now being executed because it just serves the benefit for the kind of the group that are rising up against the royalty. And you're now sent back into a period of a point in time where you could prevent these actions. However, unlike with that series, going with that like Long Live the Queen approach, now you have options. How are you going to fight against this? Are you going to do it via political strength, military strength, economics? All sorts, right? And that's, again, that's why I'm, like, super interested in exploring this concept. And I've been doing it as my little break from most of the time. Yes, no, I've seen some like that as well, being Devil. I like those. I've become stronger. See, and that's kind of the point. That's what I want to, like, allow you to do. Do you want to do it through, yeah, political strength, economic strength, military might? Like, what? I have one of the story routes. So again, like, I'm not gonna show everything about it, but I can talk about some of them, and like we can draw a little bit of them. So again, keep in mind the routes at this point are literally the loosest concepts that I have for giving me direction with the design of the game, okay? So none of this is hard written in or anything like that. And I'm not going to talk about the main route because that's going to be the spoiler, right? So there is one of the routes, there's a few meme routes as well, But there's one that's literally just the tyrant route, which is basically max out strategy and military. And then all you do with this is you basically just use logistic knowledge along with this, fucking take over with force. Pretty much everything. And rule and become kind of like rule with an iron fist, right? Using that knowledge from that previous thing to try and quell the rebellions aggressively. I'd make it that you have 2 options and some secret options. I'm going to tell you now. So if I go look at some of my notes, the idea is that you train up stats and like kind of move them in the direction you want them to, take events, process through those events as you need to. There is good endings, bad endings to each of the routes. There's multiple kind of options that can occur. And realistically, most of them are bad. There's also a mechanic, and this is the main mechanic of the game that I think is going to be leading to the most interesting part. So if we take this idea here into consideration, do you know what would be really fucking cool? If she wrote a diary, so this is again from the anime that I'm using as a reference. She has a diary, right? She wrote during this time. She gets beheaded. She wakes up. She has the diary. This diary changes based on the choices and events you make. So you can actually see that butterfly effect in motion. Somewhat. So it's actually, in a sense, a guiding point to how to, like, deal with the events that are occurring around you. It's like, okay, so I've done this to resolve these issues. Now, this issue became more prevalent while, which led to your imprisonment and all that sort of stuff, or your execution. So the book is kind of your directing tool for the player, which means that I can throw in a bunch of red herrings into it to make you think this is more important than another thing. Whereas, like, realistically, you could resolve it pretty simply if you just did some normal stuff. But because you're now focused on this being the important thing, you might make poor decisions. So again, that's why I like the tyrant route's a cool idea to me. You just end up going like full evil, kind of almost with it. Have you ever played 12 minutes? I believe I've seen gameplay of it, but I would do something similar to that. Yeah, like there's so many ways to do this sort of stuff. This is an idea I've had for years, by the way. But like I said, it was only an anime this year that gave me the final direction I wanted to do for it. The actor for Green Goblin is a voice actor in that. Oh my god, that's amazing. But no, so what I'm kind of going with this though is like I've recently been playing with this, and it was originally going to be just like a visual novel game. Again, kind of looking at these two games here. Yeah, William Dafoe. I know who William Dafoe is. He's Dafoe. Yeah, no, I remember 12 minutes because I remember it was RT played it. That was the one person I remembered playing it. And one of the times he just sat there eating spaghetti. while everything happened. No, it's a cool game. I really like that game. I agree though, that would be a really cool idea with an isekai sort of situation. But the idea of this is it's going to be a bit more of a longer game with a lot more decisions to be made, that have longer reaching effects, and it means that you can play for like an hour, hour and a half, get your playthrough done, or your first playthrough done, and then you can go like, oh, so this is what I got, and like you can compare it with other people. You can like try and get some replayability out of it and get different endings, all sorts of stuff. That's kind of the idea. Getting a phone call. Oh, good. What is another route? Oh, the Saint route. The Saint route's a fun one to me. Okay, so that's the Tyrant route there, right? So the Saint route's like almost the inverse of this. I love this idea. You basically just excessively volunteer, right? What's the best? Like, it's just basically be good, right? Be good, no breaks. Be a really good person, you keep working really, really hard, you appease everyone, you're basically in a position where everyone loves you. Right? So that's why when like the Civil War kind of rises, you're there as a way to kind of quell it by going like, hey, let's not fight, and everyone going like, damn, the Saints saying not to fight, let's not fight, right? But the problem is that the civil unrest changes and they decide to put you as the ruler. That's their terms. It's like, we won't go into a full like civil war if you are put as the ruler. Because that's the only way like everyone would be happy. And then some stuff happens, and basically because of all of this you get assassinated. I didn't say I've said very clearly the majority of routes do not end well. And like the main Saint route is not gonna go well for you. Fun rule of thumb, by the way, like some form of assassination or death is at the end of almost all of these. There is a thing to watch out for with this game, and this is what I stand by, and I'm saying this now because this is always going to be the full intention of the game. The diary, right, the mechanic, there is a key thing to look out for on it, is when it's empty. Let's come over here so we have a little bit of space. So, the diary mechanic. It's always going to have stuff in it. But I'm just going to draw this to... because I know there's not much space with where my camera's positioned, right? Yeah, it's not too much, so I've got to be careful with this. Alright, when there's not stuff in it, and it's empty, you need to be cautious, because that could mean one or two things. It either means you win, or you really lose. Right? Because the rule of thumb with this, and this is the best way to think about it, is that if the last page is blank, but there is the rest of the stuff that you're dealing with at the time, that means you've lost. Why is that the case? That's because everything leading up until a point is what you've written down in your diary, and then you died. There's a reason the rest of the pages are blank is because you couldn't do anymore. Now, yes, there's an argument of a whole paradoxical thing where it's like, oh, but if you aren't actively writing in the diary, then how are you able to... Timey-wimey bullshit. But yeah, if the entire diary is empty, then it means you've won. Because you would never have written in it, and it would never have existed if you hadn't. So yeah, if the diary disappears, basically, you win. Well done. At this point in time, there is only one route where that's going to happen. Out of potentially hundreds of routes that I'm intending. There is a lot of routes, there's a lot of sub-routes, there's a lot of little tiny things. Doctor Who reference? Yeah, what a surprise. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey. Who would have fucking thought I'd make a Doctor Who reference? On this stream? No. But yeah, so that's kind of the loose idea with it that I really, really fucking love. And I'm really enjoying writing some of the stuff for it. The thing is, and I will openly say to this, the reason it is taking me so long to work on that and why I'm having it as such a long-term project, I don't see how I finish it is the short answer, because it's gonna just take forever. It's very much one of those things of I'm gonna keep working on it and working on it and working on it. Once all of the key stuff is written out, then I can develop the game. And I was even considering changing from the visual novel style, this is kind of where the topic actually started, why I brought it up, to more of a 3D space where you're actually running around and doing a lot of these actions and activities, kind of like your Persona games, very much that sort of walking around the towns and all that. I like the idea of that, because I think that would actually be a much more interesting and interactive experience, and it means I could push in a little bit more towards some weird ideas. But again, no huge promises on this, because you never know, this project might get shelved. It's not the first one, and nor will it be the last side project that I've worked on that has been just gone you know what, I'm not going to work on this, or I'm not going to work on this again. Right? I stand by, there is the main project I've always wanted to work on, that I did try and work on at one point, back when I didn't do game development and I just did the design for the stuff. That I will never probably see the light of day unless I have a company that's hundreds of people strong. It's got a card worth in card shop. Oh, that's a good one. That's a juicy one. That is. I'm not gonna lie, I was talking about this with my mates. I'm trying my best to convince myself not to buy that game. I really want to play it. It'd be a massive amount of work. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I acknowledge very clearly, just from the planning of the story perspective, it's going to be years of work. When you're not including the actual development time, acquiring of assets, and the actual programming of the game. Because that's the thing, is if I was going to do a visual novel, yeah, it was probably going to be a lot easier. But now because I was playing around with the thing of potentially having tonal differences of voice lines. Alright? So if you've kind of slighted a character, they'll say the same thing that they may have said in a scene, but there will be a tonal difference. So that might be a little less sort of thing, right? I like the idea of that. Which then led me on to, but do I think that a game like that justifies having that much dialogue in it? It's like, well, not really, actually. I like the idea of if I was to do that, to have that 3D space, because it means that I could express a lot more of the characters, I feel. But it would be both easier and harder in a lot of regards. And that's why I've just been playing around with it in my head, and I like the idea of just maybe smashing a game together in UE and doing it that way, because it wouldn't be hard to make a game like that. That's the thing. If you buy a card shop, then make yourself a rule you to only play on stream, or you'll lose your... Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, I will openly say this, if I start playing a game like that properly, then holy shit, yeah. You could always go Undertale with dialogue sounds. That's another thing that I've considered as well. Like, I could just do kind of Undertale slash like fucking Animal Crossing, right? Like, there's always those sorts of options for doing voices. Right, like I can do that pretty easily, and I can play around that super well. There are options, but I'm not gonna lie, I do really like the idea of the VA stuff. It would be really cool, because then I could use it to kind of leverage some people that I know have expressed interest in voicing in games and give them opportunities. Like VTubers and stuff like that, that have said they'd like to do it, but like probably would need a project of some actual scale. The problem is, again, like right there, you've actually now heard one of the biggest issues with that game is that the story stuff alone is a huge scale size. The visual stuff I could probably just use rip assets if I needed to. Like I could go buy some assets from a store. Like there are answers to kind of minimize it, but at the end of the day, this game would be thousands of dollars to make, like hundreds of thousands potentially. It would likely be a very realistic indie game pricing. So off the top of my head, that's like 500,000 US dollars to about $1 million would probably be its development cost. Which, by the way, fun fact, yeah, welcome to what actually like indie games cost to make. If you hear about like a group that didn't spend that much to make it, that's because so many of them put in hours that they're not considering to the cost. If I look at this game alone, this game has probably far exceeded the hundreds of thousands in terms of development costs, just because of the time I've spent on it. Which is terrifying when you think about it. A free-to-play game that's going to have no monetary return, hundreds of thousands of dollars sunk into it. That's a punching bag for a noble. I mean, that's kind of my point, right? It's like, I'd be fine with that sort of shit. I'm probably going to end up having a voice in there as well, because, I don't know, I like doing voices. I'll be the jester. Hello, Viking! I don't know. Sorry, that was really fucking... I work for exposure. Oh. That shit makes me fucking disgusted. Dude, I still can't get over... Oh, fucking which streamer was it? There was a streamer that is like actually had apparently said that to their fucking editor. It's like, you're working for exposure, you're not working for money. It's like, are you fucking real? Pay me the money that you owe me, bitch. I think that was the thing that I've, like, unjokingly, I've said this a lot. Like, this is why I actually don't want to not pay people for the roles that they do. Like, I've already struggled enough with the fact that, like, my friend has helped me out on this game a shitload and I haven't paid him at all for it. Editor, go back to the basement or you'll get 50 lashes. Exactly. It's so fucking foul, man. It's so foul. Actual cartoon villain. Yep. It's just how can you be like that? Okay. So I need to be careful because potentially I need to send in a thing for this. So let's make a toggle for that. Is skill equals 0. If is skill, and then is it text convert? Array text convert. There we go. But yeah, that's why, like, I've got that weird mentality, and I've talked about this before. Like, I struggle with the idea of not paying someone for that work, though, and that's why, like, I don't want to really ask people for help, because if I can't pay you, because I can't, then why am I going to even ask for that help? And that's why I get annoyed at the Twitch door-to-door salesmen that turn up all the time, because I'm just like, fuck off. I'm not interested. Leave, please. How about we change this a little bit? So it's actually this. No, because then it's not going to work, because I actually do need those values. Yeah, that's annoying. Because I need access to the skill values. That's why I pass it through as a skill. Yeah. So that means I'm going to have to... Okay, that's going to be weird to explain. When I do this, I'm going to have to pass the skill as... Yeah, okay. So this is going to be an if-else. There we go. Actually, no, because the description's going to get returned. So, like, that's going to get returned. So if we do this, then it will actually return correctly. Ah. We make you a star, just install this actual malware and promote it to people. Totally legit sponsors, yeah. See, like, again, that's why it sounds horrible to say. That's why I kind of want to get this, the streams further along with, like, monetization. Because then it means I can actually pay to do things. Be cool. That or actually release a game that's monetized. Which is not likely going to happen this time of the century. I say that, next game I want to do, 100%, no matter what, the next game I do has to have some form of monetization. has to. Like, I cannot afford to not do, transfer these skills in a monetizable fashion. Whether that's a sponsored one, if it's a hired one, whatever, the next thing I have to work on has to make money. Even if I'm still working on this, right? Like, that's the point that I want to keep stressing. Once this is released to Steam, I'm going to keep working on it for at least a year and see if the game keeps attention. If it does, cool, I'll keep working on it. If it doesn't, then I'll probably slow down and stop eventually. Because you have to keep in mind, this is the mentality that I have, and this is something that I feel like can be used to a lot of things. Fun fact, in New Zealand, the most expensive time relative to everything for a business is its first year. Specifically about its first 8 months, but its first year. Do you want to know why that is the most expensive time? Because you don't have an established customer base yet. So this is a very old stat. Keep in mind, this is like 10 years old, this stat. But the first year of a business normally costs, is a very average point here, about $1 million to run. And then after that, it's a lot less. This is because you need to pay for everything that you normally would. You need to ensure that you have the safety net for taxes. You need to ensure all this stuff. You pay your people that's hired, all that stuff. But the fact is, you need to pay for your losses. And you're gonna have a lot more losses in that first year. Same with this game. I expect once this is released to Steam, even if it gets traction, if it gets attention, all that, it's still going to get mostly plateau attention until like a lot further in when there's a lot more content and a lot more stuff. Right? That's why I'm not releasing the current version of it to Steam, because I do not think that this could even gander attention at this stage. I want shrines to be fully done, I want the bosses, and I want the shops and the collectibles in. And I want the multiplayer. All of that bring together the cohesive final stage of the current end game of the gameplay loop that I want. Is there going to be different modes later? Is there going to be all sorts of stuff? Yes, there is. I cannot stress enough. I'm trying to figure out the best ways to implement these. But at this point, that is the end goal. Is once we hit that multiplayer check mark, then it will go on Steam. And that will be me just then being able to plot away at smaller content for the most part. Stuff like maps, stuff like more bosses, more modifiers, more characters, things like that. Things that aren't huge and massive and essential to the game. What am I doing? I just fucking grab the, this. But yeah, it's always a kind of a point to look at with that stuff. String height. There we go. All right, and then text scale. There we go. To be fair, I'm also probably going to get in trouble one day because I'm going to take a sponsorship that nobody's going to be happy with me taking. There's a few sponsorships okay, let me like iterate that better maybe. I have some sponsorships I would love to do. And I am 100% down for doing them eventually. Remember that VTuber? Yeah, I actually looked into that. Yeah, it's kind of really fucked up because, what was it? If I recall correctly, they said that it'd probably have it resolved by a specific date and stuff like that, but the thing is that her payout is before then. So it means that they can actually just move where her money's going. So that's like multiple months worth of, like hundreds of videos worth of money getting sent somewhere else. I believe is what I heard was going on from them and such. If I'm talking about the correct person, if I recall correctly. Yeah, no, it was really, really fucked up. Like, I can't believe, given the situation, that there is like... Given that there is an investigation at all into something like a channel being hacked, that they wouldn't freeze the monetization. Or like freeze the ability for the payout. Right? Because there should be more than enough evidence to kind of indicate to this. Especially if like if there is someone reporting a hack, if details get changed after, like, at that point, or just before that point, and then something even, like, where the money would go, at that point in time, there should be an immediate answer to your query of if someone got hacked. Nux heard about it, he knows her, and his contacts at YouTube and resolved the situation. She's really cool, and her only money, yeah. Yeah, no, I gotta say, YouTube's actions in that one were really, really tragic. I'm gonna be honest. I was very disappointed in how YouTube was handling a lot of that. I think they really need to step up their game in a lot of ways, because there was too many moments in looking into that from what I could see. There was just kind of moments of, wait, why is this taking this long to resolve? Why is this taking, like, and why are these things even able to occur in this way? Like, someone getting hacked happens, right? I'm not gonna... Not everyone's digitally literate, and not everyone's digitally literate to the same level as someone like me or Thor or something like that when it comes to security concerns. Have I been hacked in the past? Yes, but I can counteract it in my own ways. And I've also got preventative measures on my computer, on my network, all sorts, right? I have my own answers to these things. But yeah. Imagine stealing money from a patient, like, yeah. Corporate incompetence is not surprising for me. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it that, but I don't think there's an inaccurate way of putting it. I mean, like, we've seen the response with, Disney, right, with the whole recent, affair with that and the whole stupid waiver shit that they had So, oh, you signed up for Disney Plus at this one point in time, so therefore, yada yada yada. So, no, that's not how that shit works. There was enough backlash internationally that they decided to settle it in court instead. Which just, again, like, that's a moment of showing, like, corporations are to make money. I'm not going to tell them that's not their prerogative. That is their prerogative. A company, business, whatever, their intention at the end of the day is to make money. How they do that is up to them. Right? I'm not trying to write a novel here. Yeah, no, that's fair. But I think that's why I'm just going like through the whole motions of talking on it. Is like, there's those sorts of aspects to that. It is really scumbaggy though. It's really, really scumbaggy that this is what's happened. Oh, apologies. Oh, fuck. Ah. Oh. Howie. Oh. I just did one of those stretches that hurts afterwards. Good times. Oh. Crack, and then he died. Honestly, wouldn't be the first time. I'm not gonna go into that story though. Y'all are gonna have to sit there and wonder what the fuck I meant by that. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. But yeah, I gotta say, it is really, really disappointing looking at some of the stuff going on. But yeah, so point of it though is that like not everyone's as digitally set up to figure out and counteract hacking in the same way, not having all these things. And at the end of the day, these companies, they've got vulnerabilities. They try their best, but like there's always one or two ways that they'll never be able to find. It's how it goes. That give them credit where credit's due. They do normally try their best to keep their users' information and like security in mind. Very rarely is there like any effort on platforms not to have that being the case, right? It's just concerning when like there's certain preventative measures that require just going into the like inspect element and you can get information there that you really shouldn't be allowed to. As is the case with certain database stuff that existed for a while. That was always fun. Yeah, I too love having my business's database on a cloud that I can just make public by clicking on the inspect of it. That was concerning. Let's see. There we go. So for the most part, I see that working fine. Now, there's going to be some things that need to change. One of the first ones I can think of is... Oh, actually, no, that's a good point. So, what does text paragraph return? It returns their origin. Okay. On the matrices, yeah. Okay, so how do I determine my Y change? Yeah. Because we're gonna have to do Y plus equals something. For now, I'm just gonna do something like width divide times 0.2. I don't know. Then here, we're also gonna need to have x plus equals... I'm just gonna give it a 10 for now. That should be fine. Cool. So now we should be able to make tooltips pretty cheaply. So let's have a little look. This is main function here. We don't really need any tooltips there. What's some tooltips that we'd want? We wanted tooltips for pause menu. That one function, the play stats window. Yeah. So with this, we're going to then have, yeah, that should be fine. Mouse, actually, no, what is the fucking code that I use for this? This. Okay, so X is fine, Y is fine, then it's X plus width times 0.3, and then it's Y plus the same. Chicken nuggies, hell yeah. Tooltip, remember that the blueberries will be memed about if long after you end. This is your fault, Bao. Dude, okay. So I think it was Amelie finally posted the video of her, of Bao and her doing the VTubers they could fight, and holy shit, I haven't watched Bao in like a hot minute outside of just like memes of her barking. I forgot how like intense she is at some moments. Needless to say, there was an update to my design list writing her with some of the stuff that we were gonna have. Which reminds me, I have started thinking about actually what her weapons and items are going to be in a little bit more detail. And dear God, I'm not in... The struggle is trying to keep it as R13. Genuinely. Keeping this game under R13 when you've got like... Literally back to back on my list is Bao, Chibidoki, and Cottontail. I do not know how. How you make those three like under R13 in design. Unglued, Like, I still think the weirdest thing I'm gonna have to... Like, where is it? Okay, here's the stuff, because I've done a bunch of tweaking to some of the designs in here, by the way. Like a bunch of cleanup and all that. But yeah, so Bow is literally her notes here on this list here is just breeding and barking. Those are the most defining things I could think of to designing her character. And I don't know what that says about Bow. Bow summons wolves. Honestly, yeah, it's probably gonna be something. But yeah, no, I've gone through some of these and cleaned them up. I've come up with some, what I would consider kind of unique ideas going on. Ability from Death Must Die? I need to still play that. Because it looks kind of cool. But it also looks really grindy, which is, I think, the concern I have. Because isn't it made by the same people that did Soulstone Survivors? Which I think their game's already excessively grindy, right? Cottontail, weapon, brush since she used to be a face painter. Wait, she was? Okay, I'm going to admit, that's something I didn't know. Is that the case? That's fucking cool. Yeah, I could do something like that. She told that on the stream? Ah, that's fucking cool. Because I know she fucking is down bad for certain things. That's... Oh, don't tell me that she shoved the fucking brush up her at some point. Please. Please no. I'm hoping that's not part of the story. Don't tell me she face painted with a brush that has seen places that no person should ever see. Some of the fucking stories I've heard from those lot, I wouldn't even be surprised. That's a concern part. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. That's the thing, right? Is I want to make that kind of a meme, but like that's why I stand by that whole. I have to be careful. The R13. I don't know if can you say whore in R13? Probably. Oh yeah, by the way, Mel got massively redesigned. And I think her design's way better now. So I removed the damage from her passive, increased the pickup range by a lot, and reduced the speed reduction. You can make the word censored. I could probably do that, yeah. So I think this feels a lot better because it's just like way more pickup range and thing. And there's another reason kind of why to this, because there's a lot of stuff that's changed around pickup range. There's a couple more interesting synergies I've made with them. So I want to give it a bit more liberally as a kind of auxiliary stat in some cases to allow for some interesting interplay. The passive didn't change, but the ability got changed, and I really think this ability is going to be interesting on certain characters. So it before was like lose 30%, like it was a flat amount actually, I think. But like the idea was it was probably going to be like lose 30% of your max health. I've decided to reduce the loss and scale it, but I'm now making it so it's a 1 health to 1% crit damage change, because the amount of crit damage she gave was only slightly higher then Monarch's passive, and Monarch's not passive ability, and that one also gives a buff, which is the crit heal. So, the idea with Melody now is that you actually want to scale her health up to scale her crit damage up, which is going to create a situation where it's like health becomes a new stat variable to gain. Because it gives you more value than just health. Alright, Contal was at a birthday party for a kid, and the father of the child recognized her voice, but didn't know where to finish her job fast as she... Oh no. Dude, that's just like that Mel story recently as well, right? Well, not just like, but just reminds me of that Mel story where her mother came over and was knocking on the window while she was doing the off-brand stream. I can't imagine, man. I can't imagine. How you... Yeah, no, her mother came... So, she's explained a bit more into this, but I'm going to tell the shorthand of the key stuff. She told her mother, hey, I'm going to be doing an adult stream. Please, like, contact me before you come over so I can, like, get time to plan. She didn't do that. While she was, in her words, impaled more than the victims of Vlad the Impaler, she gets a knock on her window and her mother looking in at her on the floor, writhing around. There's a bit more to it than that as well, the stuff afterwards where she has to let her in and all that. But like, holy shit. There are certain things that you do not want to have as a shared thing like that. That is definitely one of them. So yeah, good old yoga pants. It's got a... Oh. I just came over after experiencing... That's fair. It has to be a balloon-shaped maker? The mum of a child. Because I used to work at a bar. Oh no. Oh, what a hell of a fucking way to get recognized, man. That is... Ah, dude. I mean, to be fair... Maybe this is a little bit of a telling story, but I remember going over to a friend's place once, and I was like, I swear I've been here before. And it's like, no, you haven't. I'm like, I feel like I have. Their flatmate walks out, and they're like, oh, have we met before? I'm like, maybe? Needless to say, like at that point in time, oh, anyway, I need to go grab like a drink of water. I get up, I start like walking away. She's like, oh, I do recognize you, and I'm like, what? And it's like, yeah, when you turned around. I'm like, what? And it's like, and she's like, wait. Comes whispers in my ear. I'm not gonna tell you what she whispered. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I've been here before. Needless to say, that was a very awkward experience where a friend of mine was just like, wait, what? What? Worst thing is the mother was, or is saying, oh yeah. Yeah. I gotta say, I've talked with like, people that work at bars like a lot, so there's definitely kind of a thing of, yeah, I would not want them to recognize me outside of those environments. Nor would I want to recognize them for my own sake, because I would probably know fart. It's like meeting your hairdresser outside of work. It's like, oh, you're like my pseudo-therapist. I don't want you to... Let's not talk. It's like, yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks for the last haircut. I'll see you later. See them next time. Oh, God. The time I was 18, yeah. I remember working at a bar before I was allowed to. That was fun. Spicy times. You're not supposed to handle alcohol without a license or a licensed practitioner nearby and a specific age. Fantastic Four, exactly. Ugh. But yeah, fucking... You're German? Yeah, it's ironic to me that, like, Germany is definitely actually quite high on the list of people that view me as well. It's mostly Europe, mind you, so that's kind of the main reasoning. But, like, it is always the interesting thing to me. It's a lot of Europe. But that's because of the time, right? What time would I need to stream at for Americans to be more considered? I'd have to stream way earlier, right? Like, I'd have to probably start at, like, my midnight. When I start living alone, maybe. We'll see. Dude, my sleep schedule's gonna get really fucked up when I start living alone. I can only see it going, like, both great and poorly, because time will stop mattering to me, and it will just become a, am I tired? Go to bed. Which is what I used to live like, and that's when I started, like, sleeping only 3 hours a bloody week. It was not a wise way to live. But now I think I'm a little bit better at paying attention to my body, so I'll know when I'm tired sooner. I also find it funny because, like, recently Thor's now reduced his streams to 5 a week instead of 6 a week. Getting, like, his Wednesday off, which, I'm gonna be honest, this week's gonna be 5 days straight because we're not gonna be on the weekend. And, oh, I'm expecting this one to be a bit of a rough one, I'll be honest. Because we've got that. The thing is, and I'll say this like here as well, I'm not going to be streaming next Monday, so this stream would not be, I would not be streaming it this day next week. Because I will be out of town still and coming back. Like, I wouldn't even be on the bus to come back yet at this time. My sister tried to stop work at a bus, and she noticed how many elderly women flirted with me. One time she told my mom I was grounded. That is rough. That is rough. YouTube got me censored again. Goddamn. Well, you know how it is. The rules of YouTube know what it's doing. Alright, so tooltip hover. Now I need to remember, so... Tooltip is going to have... So this is going to be our testing for doing tooltips. This is the big thing. What did Germany do? Made a motorway that is, like, not actually as good as it sounds. I don't know. I really... They also make some pretty good sausages and alcohol. I'll give them that. Oktoberfest has always interested me. Yeah, words. I'm from Poland. You know, I'll give him that. He's got a bit of a valid reason to have some moments of The Austrian painter? Yeah. That's what happens to art students, man. I'm gonna be honest, right? I stand by this. Art students are wild people, and do you have any idea how many of them I've met that, like, very clearly are, like, 4chan people, right? And, like, not the good kind of 4chan people. The kind of 4chan people that you really don't want to associate. Artists are fucking wild. Now, this is studying artists, mind you. I'm not going to say every artist is this. Very much not saying that. But it's just, like, it is a very high number, like a very high ratio of people that were like that to people that weren't when I was going through any educative environment. And maybe that says more about New Zealand artists than anything. It's actually concerning. Actually concerning. So yeah, apparently, don't fucking play around with the New Zealand artists, I guess. I'm not gonna place an icon here. Yeah. So for now, I'm going to have this as the mouse X and mouse Y. But I think that that's gonna not be how I want to do these sorts of coordinates. Because this means that, like, as you move around, it's gonna move around. I kind of want to have, like, a set expectation for where the tooltip will come off of with the thing. We can talk about that, though, shortly. Width, I'm just gonna make this width times 0.4. And I'm going to make the height width times 0.5. Text scale and true. Okay, and then we'll have text scale times equal 0.7 to reduce that. One time my high school class had a party at a bar and I was working and he served the drinks. Oh no, yeah, I can see that being pleasant. Right, let's see if we can crash the game with this. Do we think we crash the game or do we think this works? Both? It can't both crash the game and work. What the fuck is that? Works 1 second and then lag. Well, it works, but it doesn't work. It doesn't crash. That's something at least. Oh, I know what I did do wrong here, which is now we've got this actually working with descriptions. Needs to be sent through correctly. That's fine. That width is nowhere near adequate enough. And that height is also nowhere near adequate enough. I'm honestly just going to leave it as width there, and then this can be 0.5. And see how that looks. Oh, that was fucking disgusting to look at, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. Here we go. No, so it does need to be that. It needs to not be the description, it needs to be the thing coming through. So why did that break then? Am I not passing that correctly? We'll have a look in a sec. I need more space to see. What? What is going on? Hello? Yes, hello? Is it me you're looking for? Question about the game. How many people will be able to play co-op at the same time? The intention is up to 4. My message won't go through. If you've got a message not going through, that is YouTube censoring it. Don't ask why it's censoring it, and don't ask me to be able to do anything about it. I can't. It is inbuilt to YouTube. It's its own moderative capacity. But yeah, no, so going to the co-op question, it is intended to be up to 4. That is my goal. I don't think I'm going to go much higher than that, because at that point in time, scaling gets even more extreme, and there is more room for error. Because that's the thing you have to keep in mind, is that each additional player you add, there is more things that need to go on, right? And more things that need to be considered. I was talking to the thing that's, oh, that thing, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the, because I've talked about this before, I use Restream for my content. That's how I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It has an inherent thing to tell me when 100 messages have been received in the chats combined. I don't really give a shit about it, I'll be honest. Was saying good for you? And wait, did good for you not come through? That's wild. But yeah, so ironically enough, when it says Restream IO on the thing here, that actually is technically supposed to be a sent to both chats thing. So if I actually come in here and into the chat and Restream and say, I don't know, do this, right? You're going to see in both chats, like if you're in chats and stuff like that, you'll see my thing say it, but you'll see on the screen, Restream said it. So yeah, on both Twitch and on YouTube right now, it used my account to post that. It's kind of cool. It's how I spam my links. You guys. Yeah, Restream. Restream good. Restream IO. I can do the 2 platforms for free. It's great. Which is all I really need. Admittedly, if I went further down the, like, rabbit hole, I'd consider, maybe. But yeah, it's good. And I will advertise it to the end of days when I can. I can say restream, but without the... Yeah, it's because it would be, like, a link. And I don't remember how YouTube handles links all the time. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Okay, so this is clearly not working correctly. So do I need to... should be true. Wait, is array oh, that's why. I forgot. Array convert it... Okay. Can I just mention, this is one of those times where I really hate I can't use pointers. Okay, so this here is an example of something that Game Maker forces me to do that I disagree with, but I can do differently in, like, raw code. So, if anyone's wondering what the fuck I mean by a pointer, let's just refresh this. So, what I could have done instead, if I was using a pointer, is that when I have, like, say, function... I love this stuff, because this is really important. So, we've got the function here. If I say, int pointer, whatever... what I can do is I can put the value in there, and then I can, inside of the function, edit the int, or whatever variable, to equal, say, 5 or 3, whatever, and I wouldn't have to do a return. Because what it's doing is it's taking... If I do it correctly, it's taking the information at this location that I'm putting through. So if we look at this, it's the information at this variable, and it will edit that information at the location of data in memory space. That is what pointers are for. Instead, I have to do this, which is, it looks really stupid, but genuinely how it works, and it's... I don't like it. It's one of those mild things that gripe me, and it shouldn't gripe me, but it gripes me. So if now I hover over it... That's correct now. God, that is awful to read. Okay. Let's see, where is it? Redacted is among us? What do you mean redacted is among us? Right, my roommate found out that I worked at a bar and invited her friends to visit our apartment so I could make drinks. That is actually so scummy. I hate that shit, man. Nah. Unless it was, like, with you fully knowing from the beginning that this was the case. That's just such a, like, asshole move. I can't imagine just going like, hey, yo, you're... Like, that's going up to your friend that's a doctor and asking for, like, medical advice. It's like, well, dude, fucking pay him. Elon Meowth, yeah. Yeah, one day we'll go back to that. One day. Why is title not working? Oh, because it's not an array? Oh, and it's because it's got body here. It's not title correctly. Yeah. There we go. That should fix it. Imagine doing Poker Rogue on that long stream. We should probably do some more Poker Rogue. Just for fun. The problem is that, like, I feel like I need to farm so much in that to, like, bring it up to a standard that would be more enjoyable. Okay, I'm gonna remove this rescaling of the text. Okay, so that's got that issue coming through, so we'll fix that shortly. Let's see, and my boss said if you can make drinks this delicious here, then do it at our work. Oh no. That's upsetting. Why our beloved fucked up the UI again? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I hate myself too, don't worry. Don't worry. Trust me. I'm thinking about that too. Alright. So... what am I screwing up with how the value is getting pushed through? Because that's not changing. The only thing that should be changing when I'm moving my mouse around is the coordinates location. The X and the Y. Why is why is specifically that getting pushed against this? Even my roommate scolded me. I felt like a child. Oh, that's kind of shit. Defeat the vile entity called art someday. Exactly. Why is that doing that? In me today, no brain power. Yeah, I understand that pretty well. Scale. It's got to be width is somehow getting altered in a way that it's not meant to be. What if I remove this? Actually, no, not remove this, just change this to a flat value. See what happens. I doubt that's going to change it because I think it's the width is getting fucked with somehow. Yeah, the width is what's getting fucked with. The Y scale should be fine. Alright, what are you all talking about? That's why I don't, no way I make that joke. Being an online teacher is way better than that? Yes, that sounds right? Are we gonna fix the layout order someday? Oh, you mean how it's currently under the edges? That's easy. I can do that really quickly. That's not a hard one to do. Because the easiest way to do it Let's see. What do we consider the easiest way to do this? I mean, the easiest way to do this is just to have another check. Or move everything around. Because, like, the lazy approach is to do this, push this here, and then do this same if check again. And boom, the layer order is done. So, well, okay, well, it sort of fixed it, but there's another problem there, and I know exactly what that is. We'll fix that shortly. Okay, it's fixed the layering on the internal point. It's not fixed the layering on the last points. I'm more concerned about the fact that the width scaling is getting mucked with while moving it around. I don't see why it should be. Sir or ma'am is the way you call Malith when he's rocking his dress. Hell yeah. Someday we'll do that shit again. Have a bit of fun with some outfits on stream. Buy some shit off like Wish. See what we find. Do a subathon for cosplays. I'm gonna look through your old streams. I didn't ever cosplay on streams, but I have worn dresses many a times. My rule of thumb, and this is something that like I stand by, I have no like concept of shame, I guess is what you'd probably call it. And this has led to a statement I have made, and I will always reiterate it, which is, if you give me something and it fits, I will wear it. On stream, the only concern is that it not show things that I can't show on YouTube and Twitch. Otherwise, I have no reservations, and I would just find it funny. Maid mouth, yeah, that's I think one of the first priorities that everyone wants. It's me in a maid dress. I actually had an apron that was like a maid dress thing with frills and everything. It was a very cute little fabric one that I bought for myself at one point because I felt like it. I used it quite a bit too. It was very good. Don't have it anymore though, sadly. Your final challenge, forbidden Wii remote? Concern. If I set the width to say 100, is this going to fuck with that anymore? Having a hard value, I know, is a hard value. The game froze. Why did the... That's interesting. Was that just a weird freeze that happens? Alright, I'm now gonna die. Too little air, too much laugh. Fair enough, fair enough. Right. Yeah, that's freezing. What? I guess the calculation must be like a little extreme, which that makes a bit of sense, right? This is the way I have that stuff. So maybe if we make it a larger number, because if it doesn't crash here, then it means the number's probably just too small, it's breaking. Yeah, okay. Let's try with 500. Then the calculation shouldn't cause issues. I can explain the calculation efforts and stuff like that if anyone wants, but it's a fucking nightmare. No, so that is not the problem. I'm somehow altering the value when moving it. That must be an issue in here then. Okay, so let's see. Another story. I was watching a stream and he had a person donated money and asked Alexa, what is my current location? And I answered, yes. I have seen a few of those. The original one of that I think was like the big famous one was that one dude that was just like actually doing the original like subathon sort of, or just sleeping on stream. And he was just sleeping and it's like, Alexa, what's my current location? He just wakes up screaming because he realized what's happened. I think another one that was really funny was the I think it was like a goldfish or something that doxed someone because he was using it as a way to play the game. And it somehow got back to like the Nintendo menu and then showed his credit card details. Which is just unfortunate. That's why I never use Alexa or something else. I mean, I've got my iPhone, right, which has got Siri on there, but I'm gonna be honest, she's so inconsistent at getting used. Like the other day, she just turned up when I said nothing close to it. And I've tried to disable her a few times. The problem is that when you have her disabled, she'll like you will say something close to it, and she'll go, "Hey, you should enable me in settings." It's like, it means you're listening all the time. Thank you. And I'm gonna be honest, I have her enabled purely for one reason only. I really like screaming at my phone and telling it to set a timer because I don't like having to go through and fiddle that shit around. It's like, set a timer for 30 minutes. My problem is if I say like 40 minutes or 50 minutes, it will probably get it wrong, especially with 40 minutes, right? Because like it'll often give me like 14 minutes. Just because fucking Kiwi accent sucks ass. And my pronunciation's garbo as well. Goes full Aussie mode on its iPhone. Full Kiwi, fuck you. Big difference. Big difference. New Zealand is way better. That's the simple answer. I say this is with love in my heart that we're just better. At least we don't fucking try and steal the other's actors. If you need another story, tell me. Fair enough. I will keep that in mind. But at the moment, I'm trying to figure out where the fuck this is wrong. I'm gonna be honest. This is something that's interesting to me. Is why is that scaling the way it is? Actually, you know something I should test is what happens we've got this. Oh, it goes even smaller and the calculation broke the game. Interesting. Wait, that's actually a really big deal. Just gonna set these as hard coordinates. Should be the top corner. When am I ending stream? Well, I mean, we've only been streaming for like 2 hours, right? Nearly 2 hours. So the width is smaller the further across it gets. Why? Why is it getting smaller the further across it's getting? You're gonna tell me that New Zealand is better than, you know, New Zealand plus eBay combo? It's hard to remind you. Why? Why is the width changing? Shouldn't be changing between different things. What if I do the calculations again from the ground up? I think it's 0.75, and then it's like 0.3, I believe. Alright, let's see. Guess how much I spent on Genshin? Fucking, I don't know what to think about how much money people spend on those sorts of games. Oh, that's a disgusting amount. Ew. I'm not gonna tell you how to use your money, but you gotta acknowledge that that's just a fucking foul amount, right? Sell the account for 3k. Yeah, exactly. Let's fucking let's go. Sell it for 3,000. You sit. Addiction. I'm stopping now. Ah, yes. Like any good gambler, I'm gonna stop now. I swear, never again. Oh, but this new character though, man. This is drawn on the GUI. Why am I struggling so much with this? so it's clearly not to do with the width. It's to do with how these coordinates are getting interacted with on this as well. Which makes me more inclined to say it's something in here. Alright, let's see. Got that much disposable income, jobs, tips from people at the bar, doing chores for your roommate. I mean, there's ways to get that sort of money, sure. Let's see. Think simple. I mean, what do you mean think simple? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to do my best in getting the answer. I'm trying to fix all of the possible things that it could be to get to the point that I know what it is. I say as I'm actively playing a gambling game. See, now I will say with that, and this is something that I feel like a lot of people are gonna have mixed feelings on. I think it's okay to have gambling in free games, especially when it is non-profit gambling. So the game actually makes no money out of the gambling, it is just a mechanic in the game. I do agree that there is, that gacha games should be upheld to the same rules that or at least something similar as gambling is, because it is. That's the issue. I do think that like stuff like Hoyoverse games should probably have an age restriction on them. That is equivalent to gambling, because you've got there was a very valid criticism I heard the other day about Zenless Zone Zero, but I'm not going to fully agree with it, right? So it's very marketed at apparently younger audiences, and my mixed feeling on that is it's like I'm not going to fully agree, because I know a lot of people that are playing it because it's fun. It's really cool. I do wish that there was a bit of an age rating to it, or parental controls. At least one of these two things. The problem is that these games do not have these good safety nets. I remember that Red Dead Redemption Online, you couldn't gamble here. I mean, like, that's the thing, right, is Australia is aggressive as hell with how it handles a lot of these things. But I do not think that that's incorrect to approach it more aggressively. I just think that the problem is Australia just shits on games and basically doesn't allow them instead of restricting them. That's the biggest problem. I think some of these games should have restrictions put on them. Like either an age requirement or a parental control that's easy to use. The problem is it's still kind of questionable. Because, yeah, if, as an adult, I've got enough, like, critical thinking to warrant whether something is a good choice or not. If you do not have that critical thinking at an age of, like, beyond 20, no offense, that's kind of on you at that point. If you're dumb enough to spend all your rent money on a gacha game, then... and you're like 20 upwards, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief, you really need to rethink your life. just how it is, right? So that's always like the key thing with that. Alright, let's see. I'm old enough, yeah. So you say that New Zealand's got similar gambling laws to Poland? I mean, New Zealand's pretty fine with most of its gambling laws, which is actually a problem. We're actually notoriously bad nationwide for games like gacha games. We're some of the highest earners for some of these things, especially for how like how big a country we are. If we're as high a earner as like some other countries, and we're in like a list of even top 10, that's a concern. Because we shouldn't be able to do that with the amount of people we have. 23, how old are you guys? Don't admit. I mean, you guys should be careful saying your age online. I'll just say this now. There's a reason why I've also kind of left it as a soft statement. Where I know I was born in the 90s, that's all you need to know. It's like a 10, 11 year gap of period of time where you can try and guess the age. And we'll be financially responsible, aka no gambling, yeah. Why am I the youngest? I mean, I will say this now, I don't expect my content to be geared towards younger audiences. In fact, I feel like my content is definitely geared towards like mid to late 20s and onwards. I don't know how, but then again, also I do like giving life advice and experience, right? So I'm definitely probably better off targeting younger audiences safely. That's an interesting one. What audience would I want in long term? Mouth is definitely an old man. Yep. Or I get treated like one at least. 2 Poles and 1 German, 1 New Zealand person, yeah. Okay. With the title is fine. It is something to do with the text paragraph extend. How do I do this and why is it wrong? Something must be using the original coordinates when it shouldn't be. This. Maybe. What about the layer order? Why need to fix this text problem right now? What's wrong with the layer order? Are you commenting on the fact that, like, again, the tooltip is coming up underneath the other two? Because that's fine. That's an easier resolution. This is not, because I do not know how this is occurring. I know how that's occurring. It will take me a bit of time to make the fix for that, but that's kind of the point, right? It's like, if it's going to take me time and I know how to fix it, I'm less concerned. I want to fix the thing that I don't know how to fix first. When it's not stopping me from testing this thing as well. That's the other thing. $20, $20. 20 chicken nuggets, 20 chicken nuggets. Exactly. Okay, GN Alpha. Jesus. Hey now, remember, behave, people, behave. X point string. It almost feels like the text scale is what's actually getting edited. What if I set the text scale to 1? If we have a flat value, I know is a flat value, is it going to fix it? Because if it was the other one, unless it's Y getting changed, which that's possible, No. So that's gotta be the Y getting changed, not the X. Yeah, and there's the crash because the math is too small. That's the height. The height is wrong. Height's getting changed. How is height getting changed? Why is height getting changed? 100. Oh, it's still fucking... So maybe it's something internal to tooltip that's fucking with the Y coordinates? It's not this, is it? Let's see. We're all Zoomers here, except for one guy who stares at streamer. I wonder. Okay, so that's wrong at the moment, that's fine. No, that's still fucked. I've missed a value somewhere. What have I missed? What is the difference between how I do this and how I do the text in here? None of that should matter. It should be in here. What if I make it an array? So I can test if it's something to do with the array. So it's C white, and then it would be F mono rig. Oops. Leave is how that's handled. Right. Let's see. Okay, I'll sort that in a second. Alright, what is this? I am Fantastic Four. I have Lance the Torch guy with dragons from Kanto in America. God damn it. If you ever need to assign Fantastic Four names and roles to each other? Malith Invisible Woman? Wait, why would I be Invisible Woman? Wait, why does that make sense? Wait, I need to hear this explanation. I feel like I'm missing key understanding of this matter. Is it just because you guys want to see me naked? Wouldn't be the first time I've had that issue. Nobody wants, where's you? Wants you? And you're an address? Fair. Or watches you. Ah, thanks. Love you too. Asshole. Tight suit would look super old. Fuck no. Tight suit on me would just reveal the fact that my body shape looks munted as hell right now. Skinny everywhere but my belly because I eat large one-off meals constantly at the moment and don't eat enough to get enough nutrients for the rest of my body. Cat's caught on a cable. There we go. Fuck off, cat. If you're gonna be an ass. Malith the old man. Yeah, Malith the young woman. Yikes. I mean, I do have my hair tied up at the moment. So. One of the few times I've had it tied up in recent on stream. I haven't actually been tying it up that much. So, I got the code wrong. Oh, where did I get it wrong? Ah, it's because I need to double bracket this. That's why. Is Mel the fanboy? We already answered this, and I already get fucking harassed on my goddamn friends Discord every time I'm on there with the goddamn clip. Because I have a soundbite of it. Well, that answers that question. It is to do with that code. So I do something wrong with this bit of code. Oh, apologies. Okay. It's not to do with this, not to do with that. Array, text, like blah. Text actual. So it's got to be something with the length. I feel like it's got something to do with the height, specifically. Right? Because I feel like I've done this code fairly decently. And what happens with how it actually triggers a lot of this data flow is that if the width changes, then it will truncate. So if the text is here, what it will do is it will cut here and put that down here. Whereas the issue we're seeing isn't that it's truncating, we're seeing it shrink, which I think the only code that affects that is the Y coordinates. Because when the Y is shorter, the text scale decreases. So it will basically shrink down the text. I think that's what's happening. So somehow the X coordinate is affecting the height. That is the mistake we've got somewhere. So, is it because we're passing it through incorrectly? Or is it because we're, because at the moment, we've got the text, the X coordinate, the Y coordinate, the scale, the max length, the max height. This should be correct. So clearly the height is being edited in a way that's afflicted by the X coordinates. Invisible woman is being big brain. Wait, isn't that my job? Oh, are you the Richard Reeds, are you? I don't know, smartest man alive gets fucking turned into spaghetti. Gives away the plan. I want to say, by the way, well, I think that movie was very, very subpar. It did have a few moments that were fucking incredible. That was... Well, that scene itself was kind of shite. The moment with Black Bolt having, like, the mouth going and just him screaming and seeing his head fucking explode was actually really fucked up, and I loved that. The way it deflated a little bit and everything, gorgeous. I really liked that. That was cool. Spaghettified Richards and peeled torch. Yeah, now we need to get something happen really fucked up to the other two. I'm sure there'll be a thing. Comic book and Acura, but cool to see. I mean, yeah, that's the thing though, right? It's the MCU is its own thing. As long as it's treated like that correctly. The problem is that it's also... The Deadpool movies have been the only movies to actually truly learn how to pay homage to the medium, right? To comic books, to all that sort of stuff. The other ones don't pay homage as much, and that's the problem that a lot of people see. And I think that's an agreeable problem. We talked about Rule 34 in the Poker Rogue stream. Man, I can't wait to have a look at Rule 34 now that Typhlosion has like blown up on the scene. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be wild shit now. And you started. No, we'll leave it at that. In the Fortnite event with Doctor Doom, the thing got made into a throne and invisible into a. Yes, no, I did hear about that actually. That was I think that's really fucking cool. That was a cool way of doing it. Get out, dude. Get the water bottles. To be fair, again, the shorthand of that joke, the misunderstanding is that like everyone's like, oh, this is what the actual character does. No, it's not. It's mainly because that's what it's based off. It's mythos. That's the main case for most of the things. And then also ignore the fucking fanfic that the goddamn creators write. They write a lot, and none of it makes it to the game for a good fucking reason. So it's not canon. Me and Human Torch are better. Fair. What if? Oh. I give this 100. I lock in the height for this. Here. It shouldn't change anything, but I want to see if it changes something. No. And what if I lock in that as well? Oh, it's way too small. It's going to lag it again. Uh, 500. Yeah, it's fine. Let's see. Imagine being defeated by Doctor Doom. You mean like the strongest character in the comic books? Yeah. He's actually an evil, crazy scientist in the comics. He is. Okay. Yeah, so this is completely fucked. So this is confirmed that it's actually an issue with the text paragraph. So something is wrong in here with the way the width is done. Not the width, the height. The height is being affected by the X somewhere. I've become a chandelier after the fact, probably. You wouldn't know. Yeah, no, again, Richard Reed's actually in the comics is like one of the worst fucking people. He causes... The only character that I think causes them like more problems than him for the smart shit is Pim, right? I believe Pim is literally the origin of like 50% of fucking Marvel's villains, if I recall. He's messed up in the head, yep. He indeed is not exactly the best person ever. What is a yandere? Yeah. I don't see where I've messed this up. I'm gonna be honest. We're just being weird. Yeah, I'm looking over every once in a while and going, hang on a minute. When did we get on the Yanderes? Imagine if a tsundere and a yandere fused. That would lead to a lot of murder. A lot of murder. Oh boy, a lot of murder. Basically a nuke. That's not inaccurate, yeah. I'd agree with that. It's a singular line. So why is it causing so many issues? I'm gonna look at something quickly. I need to check if I was reading something correctly on, like, seeing how something was being done correctly. Yeah, words. Okay, so that's where it crashes, that variable. Right? After reading all the messages. I mean, I'm just letting y'all have your fun. I ain't gonna stop you. I've got my priorities. Be careful, Pink. I'm down for some jokes, but there's a point in time. Even if you put JK, doesn't mean that it's acceptable. Let's discuss White Vaporeon. Yeah, now that's a bit more like it. I mean, what? Okay. I think I'm kind of clicked to the issue. I'm not sure how to fix it, though. So, explanation of what I think is related to the issue is the difference between the casing and where I'm using these things. So, normally this is what's supposed to be happening, right? All of this stuff here. And why is it moving around weirdly? I think ooh, could I resolve it? Let's try a resolution for this before I say it. If this resolution works, we've answered the question. That's something that's missing. There is law where instances, yeah, no, there is actual law of people marrying Pokemon. That is a thing. It's in. Is it Diamond and Pearl was the library where that first got introduced, or was it even earlier? I think it was earlier. Okay, so I figured out the issue. That is a very annoying issue. But there is a good way of resolving it. Okay. The issue was I've been drawing this stuff to a matrices the entire time, which means that nothing moves, which problem with that is the way a lot of math in these games and a lot of these systems work is that if the way things move and the way things work in real space are very different to working in GUI and then working with a non-moving versus moving, yada yada yada. That's why it's fine normally, not in fine in this context. So all we need to do is introduce a matrices system, which is a bit rough, to the tooltips. Which is not the end of the world, mind you. Malice is like dad trying to get work done while we annoy him. I mean, yes, but that's fine. I'm used to it. I mean, what? Okay, so this is actually going to be the change we make here. Set local space, then set Y to 0 and the X to 0. And then we go to the bottom of the drawer, do that, remove this. That's not necessary. There we go. Rule 34. God damn it. What are y'all researching over there? Do I need to tell your mother? We're researching the research material? Okay, fair enough. My mother wouldn't care, but my roommate would. Eh. That's why I can't wait to... Dude, I cannot stress enough how much I love the idea of living alone and not having to give a shit anymore. Go back to how it was when I was, like, in charge of the place I lived. Was able to, just not give a flying fuck. Watch whatever I wanted on the TV. Be good again. It's getting late, have fun. You're gonna play this when it comes out. Gonna go sleep. Have fun, sleep, and also that sounds pretty fucking cool. I hope when it does come out, they enjoy it. It's the big hope, I guess. You can always aim for that. Alright. Okay, we can reduce the width a little bit. And I think we could lock it to this spot. Right. What am I doing? It is... God, I have to do math again. Ah! This one. Did that actually solve my problem? Or is it minus that I need to do it at? Alright, let's see. About the poker stream. Jeff Bezos is. What do you think Mallet did with the thirst trap? Wouldn't you like to know? Weather boy. Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Okay, so that's clearly not gonna work. What if I do just -10? We need to see Elon Meowth richer than everyone. Honestly, I've farmed a few more times to get slightly better, like, stats for him. It's looking good so far. Here we go. All right. I need to read something quickly. So I'm gonna pull it up here. Okay, so let's try that then. For now, I'm just gonna do this. Meowth gang, let's go. Why doesn't that work? Why would you work? Okay, so that doesn't work like that, which is annoying. What if I just have it as a more normal-ish number? It's because it's gonna not work at all, is it? Because it's pushing to a GUI, so I need... Okay, I have a simple answer then. Because the casing will never allow for the other to occur. There we go. And then let's see, chords. Here we go. Joker, don't do it. Don't do it, Joker. I must have a red magic phone. Can play better than my Switch? What the fuck? What are you all on about? Okay, So, because I'm feeling lazy, array, push, chords, value, it's going to be an array, and it's going to be the X and the Y. And then, is there anything else I'll need to push for the value? No, should be fine. Okay, so then it would be at the end of all of this. Chords X equals chords option selection 0 1 Control C, Control V. Control V. Right, where are you going? Do you mean a 3DS? Where Magic makes incredible gambling phones? Not a sponsor. Is it something from AliExpress? I bought my Switch from Media Market. Oh. So this should work? Should work. This is what I mean, by the way, with like the whole layering argument. It's like it was just going to be a little long thing to do. I know exactly all the things to resolve it in the best ways possible. Well, the best ways I can think of. So it's not per se a challenge. See? Now it hovers over correctly. And if we get another one of these, this one hovers over this correctly. There is the issue of the upgrades, but that's going to be a different argument to be made. Ooh, that doesn't work. Now. Interesting. Why does that not work? By the way, as I now reminded myself, imagine how cheap are old consoles imported from Japan. And it would be even cheaper than you think. What do you mean by that? Like getting an old console from Japan, it's very cheap. I saw them while I was there. I saw where I could get a fucking original, pretty much mint condition Game Boy for 20 bucks. I'm not even kidding. I could probably get all the, like, I could probably get the Game Boy and like all of my childhood games for like under 100 while I'm there. But there's more of the delivery cost. Yes, well, it's the same with here, right? So, I'm not even kidding. Next time I go to Japan, so, I've said this to a few people. The next time I go to Japan, I'm hoping to bring like a friend or two along with me. And the aim is to go over with like maybe just one bit of luggage only. Just some very bare essentials. Buy everything else there, including clothes and all that. And then buy other stuff while we're there. So we'll also have to buy another, a bag. Because I don't want to pay for an additional bag coming back in case I don't end up filling it up. Or don't end up needing to fill it up. Buying additional luggage space on a flight is nightmarish. At least in New Zealand it is. So it's easier to have additional, like having another person come with you as your additional luggage space to have more fun with people and then have them be like the luggage return. It's got 2 right now. It's pretty fucking cool. So why is this not holding that value? Ah, it's because I'm not doing this correctly. I'm an idiot. We need to do this. That's what I was doing wrong. There we go. I regret choosing a female roommate. I mean, eh. Oh, that's something that, like, I don't know how my brain came to this, right? But, like, I find it fascinating because I was listening to, was it Numi? Talking about the trip that her, Yuzu, and Bao had to Japan. And I found it really funny listening to that story, and I'm just like, wow, if I went over with like anyone, if like I went over with a group of girls and stuff like that, I just realized, depending on the group, I might just end up sleeping in the same room with them because it'll be cheaper. And would that mean that none of that sort of story could ever occur? Because I'm definitely not interested. Or would that mean that they would be fine then? It's weird. Honestly speaking, it's going to be the snoring that puts them off. I do somewhat snore from time to time. Okay, there we go. That's that working now. Alright, so now we reduce the width. No, reduce the height more. Be 2.5 a little bit. And now I'm going to instead change the coordinate location for the creation of this. So they are locked in at the top right corner of these things. An Able... Yes, I do. Dude, I'm huge into robotics. I don't probably talk about it very much, but I fucking love my robotic stuff. I grew up with mecha, man. Like, you think I'm not? It's magical girls and mecha are my two, like, biggest things. And I stand by that. Me waiting for a magical girl mecha show. Dude, imagine. Actually, no, real talk. Imagine they did, like, a normal formula like Pretty Cure or something like that. But, like, with mechas. I've just come up with the greatest idea ever. Holy shit. Oh my god. I want to make that show. I want to make that show so badly now. Dude. Mecha magical girls. Sounds great. Could I be a voice actor? Sure. If I ever make it. Dude, fucking, I need a studio to hit me up. Got an idea on the line. Okay, So, I've got a case scenario then, here. That I'm gonna have to probably write, aren't I? Imagine me doing a female voice. Dude, I stand by, you wanna... You know how we all have like that guilty pleasure anime that you're not supposed to tell your friends about, that you've watched and you enjoy? Because, you know, it's like concerning. So you wanna know what my guilty pleasure anime is? And this may say a lot about me. There's an anime in particular, and I read the original for it as well. But there's an anime in particular that is like, still to this day, one that I've come back and rewatched more times than I'd like to count. And I don't think it's good, I just really enjoy it. And it's so, so concerning. You know what it is? It's Camphor. It's Camphor. Camphor is like one of my guilty pleasure ones. Probably the most guilty pleasure of guilty pleasures I have. What is it about? So Camphor, right? Is it's a magical girl show where they transform. So you've got a character, they have a bracelet, they activate bracelet, and they transform into, say, magical girl. The thing is, right, is that the rules for this universe are fucking stupid. So there is two colors. There's two main factions in the thing. There's the reds, and then there's the blues. Right. And this is denoted by the color of your bracelet. Now, the powers you can get are literally like sometimes just guns. Right? It's not like too magical, but it's magical. Now, on top of this, there is a group called the Moderators. And then all of them have like a fucking fairy as well to look after them. It's great. The fairies are stupid as fuck as well. So the main character is a dude, right? So it's a dude. He's very generic. The thing is, there's a reason why I keep saying specifically they change into a magical girl. Very particular on what I'm saying. Now, the best part of the story is that the boy's childhood friend that he has a crush on is one of these moderators. But the thing is, this childhood friend, she hates boys. Hates men. She does not like men, but she likes girls. So, what she's done is she's given the main boy that she's kind of like, I'd be interested in you if. So she's given him the ability to transform into this and tries to corrupt him into always staying a girl. So she's basically grooming him. It's so stupid. And the best part is, like, of the teams and stuff like that, there's multiple characters that we meet are on both sides. So of the other characters we meet, there's one of the one girl, the main one, that likes him as a boy, right? So let's write this up a little bit differently. So we've got those that like him as a boy, and those that like him as a girl. So we've got childhood friend, no boy, like girl. We've got the first, like, random chick that's on the enemy team. So, first new friend. Likes him as a boy, doesn't like him as a girl. Then we've got, like, the nerd. That's kind of like, yeah, I don't mind. And then we, but she's, like, very kind of about it all. She just kind of likes him. And then we have the, I think she's like the student council president. And she's just like, nah, I'd fuck him. Like, she does not give a shit. And this is the story. Is it's this really shitty room, like, thing going through it. And it's so fucking funny. The best part with the nerd, by the way, is that when she transforms, her personality goes from nerd to, like, badass tomgirl. Or tomboy. Prez, I choose Prez. I don't know who's. To be fair, Prez was pretty good from memory. Let's see if we can pull up the Canva. Yeah, here we go. These are the main ones. So the blue here is the dude. The red one, she's kind of she's normally girly, but she's the tomboy, especially when she transforms. So that's the moderator there, the childhood friend. There's the Prez. Yes, she used chains. And then you've got her, which is the nerd girl, where, let's see if we can... I can't see her not transformed in this list, though. There she is. That's her not transformed. She goes from this girl here to this white-haired girl here, and she will kick your shit in. She's fucking great. Because the best part is that, like, the redhead girl is constantly like, oh, but I really like it. And just at one point gets grabbed and is like, well, I don't give a fuck. I'd have him either way. So, yeah, this is my guilty pleasure series. It's great. It's absolutely great. I choose MC. Fair. Not gonna lie, it might be good. It's not. I'm gonna say this now. It is not a great series. It has got a lot of problems with it. It's really trashy. But if you're willing to get past a lot of that trashiness and stuff, it's so fucking stupid. How cringe? It's pretty cringe. Again, there's a reason why it's my guilty pleasure, not a pleasure. It's one that I enjoy because of all the stuff going on in it. Like, nah, I'd survive. I'd win, yeah. Fanboy is fanboy, exactly. No, I stand by, you can probably figure out what my favorite tags are just from the, like, description of some of this stuff in this. Where, like, the moderator mind breaks the main dude at one point and trying to convince him to be a girl. It's... it's a great series. I'm very open about myself, as you could tell. 100%, yeah. That's... So there you go. That's that one series that I shouldn't ever tell people I watch and enjoy. But I do. I really, really do. Alright. Imagine your friends finding out. Like, that's the thing. I actually appreciate my main friend group that I hang out with nowadays, because we all talk about, like, what our kinks are and shit pretty openly. One of my the main ones of the group is that they all like muscle mommies. I'm not against a muscle mommy, but, like, what I want from a muscle mommy, I get from other things as well. I openly admit that I'm definitely tomboy, femboy sort of favorites. Like, what I want from a muscle mommy... Okay, you want to know, again, a character I consider super peak is Fei Xiao. I've talked about her a little bit. Fei Xiao from Star Rail, one of the newer characters that got introduced. That is a Yakuza Fox girl that is just, like, gonna kick your shit. That is, like, what I would want. That shit I love. But I wouldn't want that in real life. I'd love to meet someone like that. It would be fucking awesome, and I could hang out with them and be good friends. But I would definitely... I'm attracted to them as a character, not as a person. If Ghost second season is out, yeah. And that's why, like, the prez is always, in almost all stories, the student council prez is amazing, because they're just that, right? They're that badass bitch energy that will, like, kick your shit in, but, like, care about you regardless. They'll kick everyone's shit in, it's great. I'm out for tomboys, muscle girls, and the extremity. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's the thing, right? Flex is fair. That's a completely reasonable thing. I remember, because there's a site you can do your kink stuff at, right? And that there, my results, I still think I have my results from like 10 years ago, whatever, when I first did it and the site was early on. And that there is an example of who I am. I basically check every box except for certain things, like very, very niche things. I am as flex as it can be. Why? Because I've done shit with like, other people I accommodate. I do what their kinks require. Do I enjoy things? I don't mind some things. But like, I've been on top and I've been on bottom. I do not mind. Have no qualms. Don't get me wrong, there's some days where I prefer one or the other. But you know, we've all got a little bit of bottom energy in us. I think pet play was the one that I kind of got a little concerned with. One thing I hate, furries. I mean, fair. Not everyone's into it, right? But like, really intense pet play was something that just kind of got a little bit weird to me. That like heavy degradation sort of stuff. Whereas like in cage and actual bowl and shit, that stuff started to really get to me. Like that's when I definitely don't think I'm happy. Except if they're fanboy furries. Ooh, fair, fair. And no, it's fine to have some exceptions to rules. It's always a good way to have it. But yeah, give me that Astolfo any day. Oh. It's a good shit. All right, where were we? Let's see. I don't have any exceptions. Venti from Genshin is mid. He's femboyish. Yeah. I guess I will agree with you on that. I don't really like the design of Venti that much. It's like, where's... Let's see. Yeah. Kind of boring to me. Like, this looks cute. Gonna go sleep. Have a great day. To you as well. Oh yeah, now you look at me like that. You have my attention. Does array contain return the... No, it's just return a boolean. Okay. That's a little annoying. Okay, do that for, say, some reducing overhead. I need to check something. Listen, what am I listening for? What is the difference between a femboy and a twink? Personality. A twink will still dress kind of, I guess, not masculine per se, but femboy will willingly dress more feminine. And possibly act more feminine. I feel like that answers the question, right? By my definition, one gay, one hetero? I don't know if I'd agree with that. That's not how I'd define the two. I think the definition is just how feminine they'll act. Right? Like, a twink might wear stuff that's probably a little bit more revealing. Potentially, I don't know. But in terms of the appeal spectrum, I still don't agree with that. In fact, I agree with that less when put in that context. Like, that's that whole argument of a muscle mommy is gay to like because you're liking someone that's muscular. And I'm like, no. I like it because it's a whole woman that's muscly. That's that. And I'm just impressed. I can appreciate that. I heard that femboy is the reverse of butch. Butch equals masculine, feminine, more masculine than tomboy here in the spectrum. I don't know if I'd describe it that way. It's not inaccurate. So again, femboy is a feminine male. That is all it is, really. In fact, there's an argument to be made. There's no real true comparison between a twink and a femboy because twink is a physical appearance, femboy is more of a personality, right? You can be more feminine. Don't get me wrong, often femboys are more on that twink side or more feminine body. Butch is definitely masculine female, which I will agree with that. It's probably the more accurate thing. Tomboy is more, again, so the difference between that is butch is male, like masculine, man kind of style, whereas tomboy I think is more apparent as boyish, right? But there's a difference between a man and a boy, right? So tomboy is a little bit more playful, but they still have quite like, I will agree that there's that whole, on a scale of masculinity, I'd probably say a tomboy is less than a butch. If we're using these sorts of kind of spectrums for it. That is probably an accurate put of it. I think that more in a femboy twink, pretty guy sense, twink is hetero and shares some values with femboy archetypes. Again, that's, I don't know if I agree with that because that's kind of like, that's like saying a muscle mommy and butch, it's trying to compare those two. It's like, they can be the same thing. Because a muscle mommy could be butch. A muscle mommy could also still be quite sweet and cutesy. It's just a woman that is muscular. There's often a personality that could be attributed to it, but it's more of a actual visual thing, right? That's the same with twink. Twink is just a skinnier, lankier, more individual. Like, fuck, I was a twink when I was younger. Before I actually grew and did muscular training and shit. I was fucking skinny little shit. It's the same with Bushman joke, right? Or bear, I should say. It's a bear. It's a big dude, normally quite hairy. That's it. Before what? Yeah, when I was a lot younger and a lot of my muscle definition hadn't like really come in. Now my shoulders are super broad and because of that, like, and I've naturally gotten a lot more muscular in general. Even without much effort, like I just, because of some medical stuff, primarily. The general rule of thumb from the spectrum is that there's a certain appeal for every female category's taste. I guess. Again, like, that's why I'm saying, like, twink shouldn't probably be on that list, because twink is a visual thing. It has nothing really to do with personality. There is a personality that can be attributed to it, and that's normally more feminine, but again, it's that muscle mommy argument. It's kind of the whole idea of, is a twink feminine? No, but it can be. And if it is, then it'll probably come off as a femboy. So that's what I would state on that. Like, I don't know where you're getting the spectrum from, but it's a very weird spectrum that's making a lot of weird assumptions in my eyes. Because again, it's muscle guy, masculine guy. Like, again, muscle guy, I wouldn't call that. That doesn't guarantee masculinity. I know plenty of people that have more muscles than any of us combined and still go home and cuddle their little tiny puppy in the most feminine way you possibly can, and still do cooking in an apron. Like, I love baking. There's actually one dude that's really fun for that. He's a cool guy to meet. I'm not disagreeing with that, right? Or roid cell, and cute cell are the extreme archetypes. Again, my comment is on the ones that are visual or body type ones. They're body type archetypes, not personality archetypes. They just happen to have personalities attributed to them because it's easier sometimes. It's the same with saying a bear, right? Again, Miller, I think you're arguing the wrong point again. This is where I'm saying, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Most of the time, yes, you are correct with those statements. But you're like, again, personality type and visual type are two different things. Explaining what I know. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that's why I'm saying, like, that's what I'm definitely not disagreeing with. That's not a concern. It's the twink and muscle guy, I guess, in those arguments there. Those are the two that I'm like, those aren't personalities, are they? They have, again, personalities attributed to. Okay, so I think I've got this done, right? Let's see if this works. It's a little bit more of a complex thing that I've added in here. I've missed an expression somewhere. Where? Here. Yeah, so that's... Which one was that again? In tooltip, what comes after that? It's icon. What are your other I don't check that often checkboxes? What do you mean by that? Like, the ones that I don't enjoy, or the ones that I've been? Because I'm definitely more on that bear category, like I said. No, we'll do array length just for future precaution. Let's see. So first things first. Now we have if equals. Okay, so let's see. Well, if you want, you can tell me the bad ones first. What do you mean bad ones? The ones I don't like? I'm pretty... I don't typically like on like extremes, because in the sense of it, like I kind of sit in the category of very fluid with who I am. I grew up with a mother. I didn't have a father, so I, albeit it was an abusive household. But like I tended to gravitate towards a lot of female groups. I learned a lot from them. A lot of how I approach social situations is very feminine, I've been told. I'm very good at doing like listening and stuff like that, and actually like interacting with the conversation, trying to do my best to participate. With very particular tells that again are very much on that like female side, or the feminine side, as it's explained. So therefore, I'm more willing to deal with people that are a bit more willing to explore that ambiguous nature, like that kind of in-between state. Hence why I say, like, femboys and tomboys are typically the ones that I gravitate towards the most, for a romantic attachment, or even just not romantic, but like an enjoyable attachment. Because if you're not comfortable, then it's probably a lot harder for me to enjoy my conversations with you. Because I will openly admit, in a more just social setting, I am willing to make a lot more jokes around sexual things. So I know with some of my close mates, the amount of times I make a joke about it, it's just like, oh fuck you, it's like, okay, when and where, bitch. Don't threaten me with a good time. Right? Like that stuff. Which I think a lot of groups do, but like, they can make people very uncomfortable sometimes, especially when they're not as willing to deal with stuff. And again, like I said, I've been with men. I've been with women. I've been with all sorts of people. I have no reservations on these matters. The attraction circle graph, the butch, the femboy, the border archetypes for feminine, masculine. I mean, like, again, if we're talking just men, because that's kind of what you do with a lot of that. I don't know, because femboy is a description given to men that are feminine. Butch is typically given to very excessively masculine men, female, sorry. But I have also seen it used for men. It's a difficult thing with that. But if we're talking the men's side, yeah, no, I'm definitely like not much beyond femboy is probably my actual preference if I was to be in a relationship. If we're talking just interest and attraction, anything and everything depends on how the character's written. Like, one of my favorite characters to definitely fawn over is characters like Crow, Branwyn from Ruby. Why? Because he's basically me. So you don't like very feminine girls, I bet? No, not really. I will definitely say, not much of an interest. This is I. So that means I can remove this then. I think that's where I need it, right? Let's see how this works. Because a bunch of this code can be probably moved at some point to being a little bit more of a clearly constructed tooltip architecture. Also. Y coordinates for Tobal, this one, okay. Cool. And then where do we set up quartz? Oh, I see. Okay. No, that should be fine. Cool. Right. And how about the things you like? Again, it's kind of, as I said, if I have a preference romantically, I'd probably enjoy having my time spent with someone that's kind of a nice, solid mixture of both in some ways. Because I keep in mind, I like cooking, I like cleaning, right? That's a big thing. So, I don't mind doing that for the household if they're a breadwinner, but come home, I don't know. I guess there's also the aspect, like I said, I wish I was fucking a fanboy so I could actually wear cute dresses. I'd love to hang out with someone that could do both, wear suits with me and wear dresses. Somehow childcare too. I mean, I trained to be a teacher, so it's unsurprising for me. Okay, one thing I need to test is what happens when we have two tooltip options. Does it purge it correctly? Because it didn't look like it was purging it correctly under that context, and that's fine. Okay, we have 2 now. Yeah, so it's not purging correctly. That's fine. If mouse is in box, if array contains the value, delete it. Should be deleting itself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this. Would you, let's see, what is this? So questions your own kids, yes or no? Or would it differ on who you settle down with? Well, looking after my own kids, I've looked after a lot of people's kids. There's some mixed things on it. I'm not going to go too far into some of the details, because actually some of that does get me in trouble, saying who I've looked after. But... now I need to find variables. Okay, so that's not gonna work like that. I think I need to put in OUI. Cool. Ah. Interesting. That looks like a problem. Alright, so what was it? What I wanted to say. But yeah, I've looked after a lot of kids. I enjoy it. I've looked after them for long periods of time. All that. If they were my own kids, sure, there'd probably be a lot of the charm that goes out the window over time. But yeah, again, if I want kids? Yeah, I probably want kids eventually. The likelihood of me settling down in the next 10 years, probably quite low though. And I'm gonna be honest, the likelihood of me surviving these 10 years, especially with how everything's going, not so confident on that. Okay. Fantastic Four will make you survive. Yeah. I've gone into it a little bit before, but I've just got a lot of outstanding health conditions. That means the idea of getting to my 50s is a fucking achievement, so, you know. We'll see. I'm not unoptimistic about it. Okay, so I see what the issue is. Yeah. Okay. Because technically these aren't going to be the same. Okay, gonna have to package this differently. So how do I find it's array find index, I believe is what I need now. Because then I can write in a method. So it would be tooltip. And then the function would be... let's see, it's... I'm gonna have to method this, I believe. Method... And we're gonna have to create a... delete that. That's the wrong one. That's just gonna overlap it. Do this. This. No, not that. This. This. Then... Alright, methodology arriving at the function. This is a very weird thing I'm doing. I'm going to openly say this. So I'm going to now need var tool tip equals tooltip compare tooltip 0. And then I need to do return underscore e is equal to compare, and then method is tooltip search. That. Believe this is what I need now. So the array get index, it's array find index, like this. It likes it, 8 likes today, impressive. I mean, numbers are nice, but numbers are numbers, right? There's only like 2 or 3 numbers I actually give a shit about. And I don't have them weigh on me very much. Just looking at numbers just creates anxiety and problems. Trying to index a variable which is not an array. Oh. I've messed up. Where did I mess up? Ah, yes, because now we need to change how this is grabbing its data. So the arguments need to be... Ooh, this is going to be very interesting to do. I can't just add, right? No, I'm pretty sure I can't just add. Array. Push. No. Array. Insert. Args. Index. Array. Length. Args. Value. Tooltip. I. 1. And then args. Is that gonna work? As for myself, I'm thinking about going back to remaking the live 2D model instead of the 3D one. But we'll see tonight, because the 3D one could look worse than the live 2D one. I mean, that's the case, right? It's 3D, there's a lot more that I feel like can go wrong. And when you're dealing with, like, live 2D, there's a lot of little things you can do to cheat it. And that's the important part. There we go. That fixes the problem. No, it doesn't. What is wrong now? I at least fixed a problem with that architecture, if I've done it correctly. Unless... that. Oh. Wrong letter. That's it. Cool. Thinking about going back to game dev after starting my VTuber career again. I got a TF2 fan game idea. Also got inspired by a new driving RPG, Drive Free. Slightly, but more extensive. Ooh. I mean, I'm always down for suggesting people to do game dev. It's a fucking cool thing. Given this context, what the fuck is ARG? How many ARGs am I passing through? Shouldn't be passing through them, I know. Alright, best two concepts are now a life sims style game in 3D about Scout and his work, or a combat RPG where out of combat activities, something like Persona. Maybe it will be a FPP one. Never know. Ideas sound pretty interesting nonetheless. Okay, 7 arguments. Oh no, it's 8 arguments, that's all correct, yeah. Text scale, 5 is height, 4 is width, coordinates is an array of 2 points. Yeah. 2 is -1 from minus icon. Okay. So why is that not working? Wait, is that 22C3? 22C3 B80, this one here. Too many cases. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I had an idea of incorporating Overwatch characters, but after looking at Blizzard Legal, no, it's not worth trying to fight onto that sort of case. Gotta know where you should pick your battles, and Blizzard Legal is a nightmare. I mean, Blizzard Executive has been a nightmare for a long time. Unless you're a madman who would ask them, I wouldn't. It's not worth it. Not worth it for that sort of IP. The amount of money you'd have to pay to get it feasibly for you, it's just not worth it most of the time. Okay, something's wrong here. Looks like it's duplicated? Yeah, it's duplicating. Why is it duplicating? It's a fan game, not a AAA production after all. Val's cool with that 100%. You'd probably always short to go look at legal before you make a decision. That's my statement on the matter. But, yeah. Oh, it's better. So, when this was going, this has got the -1 here, goes to here, 7, and then it loops again. Why is it looping an additional time? Oh, it's looping more than one additional time, actually. It's almost like I'm adding to it. think it's the array contains is also the problem here, so let's fix that. Find index. I think it comes as -1 if it fails. No? -1. Cool. See if that helps it out. Okay, still got that error. It's got to be something to do with how I do this. What am I potentially missing on here? So the next tick has added the entire thing again. Oh, fuck off. Is it this issue again? I hate this issue. I don't know why this issue is happening. Oh, I really don't understand why this keeps happening, but hey. Game Maker decides to make things pointers randomly, and it's really starting to piss me off. Just has a fucking wild thought on that stuff sometimes. Yeah. The removal's still not working, but at least we've got it working. Alright, let's see how this goes. Is he not running in debugger mode there? Okay. Yep, so this is conditionals not getting checked correctly. Oh, I already think I know what I fucked up. Alright, okay, I'll double check something else in a second, but this should work. No. Alright, where did I use the thing like this before? What's this? So I used self as a reference point for it before. Let's try self. Alright. Got a couple things I'm going to look at then. Cool. That's my misunderstanding there. That should run correctly now. Oh, yeah, that's me fucking up there. That's fine. This is a new crash. Okay. Shit. I do that. Does that resolve it? I see. Okay. Let's think about this then. Yeah, no, it's her. This language is so different to me, coming from, different to read, coming from Java. That's fair. I mean, it's, a lot more similar, like, it's a lot similar to C hash and C++, or just C subsidiaries, so I can see that being the case, especially knowing Java is a bitch. Okay. Where are you? Tooltip. Is that how I'm pushing it? I don't think that's how it's pushed. Might be I'm not used to the underscore. Is that for variables or is that for any specific reason? Typically, underscoring is what you do for localized variables. It's pretty consistent across the board for all languages when using temporary variables. See how I've got the var declaration here? And then you'll see that like these have got underscores. That's why. Because it's just a local variable. That's it. The rest of the time, as well, it's basically in scope variables. If we go through all of it, it just helps to read. Because blue are kind of like constructed variables that are set. Ones that you'd make at create event and they'd stick around. These are ones that will fall out of scope. I feel like I'm pushing the rate incorrectly then. Because what is that? That is pushing... That's not the answer, is it? Let's see. Okay. J-I... Okay, so now I need to go deeper by 1 for some reason. So confusing. Oh, I think I know what I'm doing wrong now. Okay. Do that. Means I don't need this then? No, I do need that. And then we re-add these in. There we go. Alright. Got it. It helps when you're understanding why things are written the way they are. Yeah, I mean, that's that whole thing, right? Of, at the end of the day, language is all about knowing it. Do you have any favorite cars? I'm not much of a car person. I mean, like, I like older cars. Definitely. Like I don't know, old Chevrolet. Probably be a solid bet. Okay, so In the casing that we had here, I need to go deeper by one variable tick. So I need to now... Do I need to do it like that? Correct? Is it gonna crash? Oh, the Volvo V70. But I'm Swedish, so that's maybe why. Fair enough. Everyone's got their own personal taste. Admittedly, I'm definitely leaning more towards motorbikes nowadays. If I got the choice in vehicle that I'll end up having. Because I like the lightweight nature a bit more. Okay, so it's not crashing. But it's still not fucking cleaning up. So that means it's no longer grabbing a correct point for information. F6. Let's see what it gives us. It is tooltip, so... Yeah, today's big and huge cars causing... Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. New Zealand's really fucking bad for caring more about, like, that security rating and such than actually how valid having the car is. So everyone's got, like, big SUVs and shit when... That's because they were shipped in because farmers needed them, but they have good security ratings. So everyone starts buying them, including people in town. And now you've got people that have got cars so tall, I can't, like, if I was in, say, a scuttlebug sort of car, I wouldn't be able to see past them, which is just a security problem. There's a lot of issues I have with that, but simply put, I just don't like the idea of driving a 1-ton object that can change life in less than a second. Just based on a simple error. You heard about this in the US also. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. Because they've got a lot of, like, big distances to travel and shit. So I can see that happening. Is this not scoped correctly? Have I missed the scoping on this? It should be scoped correctly. Is that why this is having an issue? Is because for some reason it's not scoping? Why is it not scoping then? Scope equals blah. And then scope method here. Array find index, method scope function. Close it. Let's see what happens if I breakpoint that and see what happens to the scoping. That should happen pretty easily, that one. That's what I need to do. Yeah. Yeah, so that's hit the scoping there. So that's... Yeah. So that's that. But that should have, go to variables, self. We're looking for str. Just make sure it exists. Instance of OUI. Value 0. Method. I see no difference in the way I've done the architecture for that. Are you just blind? Oh, well, this has actually changed now. That's probably why. So it'd be this now? I think. Start removing. Okay. There's a lot of variables I'm gonna have to check in a moment. Okay. Tooltip. We're gonna have to look at that variable. Okay, so it is... Tooltip, and then compare will be those. So it should be... Oh god, this is gonna get annoying. Alright, because the E should be the index. So I should be checking index versus index 0. I mean, I can see here that the compare and this are equal. So therefore, I'm just maybe not scoped correctly. Scoped to the right point. Let's see. It should be element. So if we go here, The above code first creates a function that takes an array element and its index as the input. The function returns true if the element is greater than 0, false if not. If not, an array with values is then created. Finally, an index is found using array find index and stored in a temporary variable index. This variable will contain the value 5 as it's the first positive number in the array, value in the array. 3 is at index 5. So it's clearly returning -1 is the problem. So it means that it's not correctly collecting the data. Or it's correctly getting the thing. So if element is equal to the index, or yeah, that's the index. So it should be correct then, right? That's the problem I'm getting confused with. Okay, it's triggered it again. Cool. Alright. Is this the same? Hell's Bells. It's a separate one. That's the same again. So it's not correctly registering that it's already existing. Might have to make this function separate so I can actually rip it apart. Because compare should be, in all intents and purposes, as we can see here, they are equal. And E is tooltip, right? So it's tooltip, ignore this one, should be that. I'll be back in a sec. I need to go to the bathroom. Alrighty. We're back. Yeah, it's because it's annoying because like it's not going to give me an evaluation to this functionality because of the way it's done. So I think we're going to cancel out of this and we're going to rip this function out. And I'm just going to place it up here somewhere. Alright, that should work. Is this what I'm doing wrong? The arrays are technically not the same, but they should still compare correctly, no? Okay. So, what if I just yoink this and smash this into all of these spots? I want to see. interesting. Did I not launch a deep? No, it's because I don't have a breakpoint on. Ah, fucking stupid. God damn it. Right. Sorry, I'm being very quiet. Like, it's kind of that whole lots of little details that I'm trying to figure out. This stuff is the stuff that bugs me the most sometimes. Okay, so if we go back here. 12 dB 6.7, 12 dB 7B. Let's see if we're gonna be able to fetch that array up. Okay. Okay, let's create a predicate method. I'm just gonna look at actual predicate method stuff, shall we? For a moment. So just double check I'm doing things correctly. A predicate is true. For the any one of the array's elements. By default, predicate runs on all elements inside the array. However, most array functions do take extra parameters. Okay. Oh, wrong launch. F6. Hmm. Alright, let's play around with this then. See if we can see what values it's snagging. And what cases. Okay, this is confusing as fuck. I scoped wrong. Okay, what are we gonna do? I need to see these returns. Okay, so let's see if we can take a step back. I am beyond confused at why this is working the way it is, but hey, I'm kind of given up at this point on trying to figure it out. Kind of just at the beyond caring point. It works now. I can't complain too much. Now we can actually work at, like, making it look correct, which currently doesn't. Can I just do... make it look a little nicer. That's the wrong place I did it to. It's in tooltips I need to be doing this. What am I doing? Looks a little bit better, still not sure on that. I think it's positioning is the issue now. So X needs to be, like, say 15. Y needs to be plus 5 maybe. So how about we do this a little bit more mathematically? X needs to come across, Y looks good. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. Cool. Now the next thing we need to do is the Y scaling. I think I'm gonna give these a little bit more width in general. But I do need to have a better way of checking for when this goes over. I mean, I could just make a checker, right? So we turn that. So let's see. How I would do this is var title scale equals text scale, and then we have if. Let's see. No, it's gonna be while. String length title times title scale is greater than width title scale times equals 0.95. This is a very dangerous thing to do, and I do not want to keep this long term. However, this should solve one of our issues, as long as it doesn't break the game. And it's easy enough to test with Iron Mouse, which is good, because I don't want to have to be able to, I don't have to concern myself with switching characters yet. Didn't work. Why? Ah. Oh, die. Gonna do a multiplier and change it, you fucking might as well actually use it correctly, dumbass. At least the math didn't break the game. Now it's to see if it visually looks atrocious or not. Okay, that's concerning. It should be using it. No. Oh no, I'm using the wrong thing. String width. not string length. String length is the amount of things it is, where like how many characters it is. Width is actually the pixel width. My bad for forgetting. Alright, we are looking for you. Okay, now that I actually do not understand why it's not using it now. Don't hover over until we get to Satanic so I can see the values. What is this value? I'm just having it there so I can actually see it. That's it. It didn't look like it looped there. Is it width in things or is it width in... What's a character with a really long ability? Like super long ability names. Gura? Okay. One, two, three, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, seems fine. Okay, So now the next thing to work on is the space in between the text. I think that's just nowhere near enough. And maybe we scale this back a little bit. See how that looks. Because we didn't change anything, I should actually fall back onto Iron Mouse, should I not? From memory? Yeah. She should still be my saved data. That's looking a little bit better. Okay, I'm actually liking how this is coming out though. There's obviously going to be some edge cases that we're going to have to prepare for us because this is very small writing. And I'm not going to disagree with that in the slightest. But now my priority is to... Oh, you remember how I had like a plan for today to start working on like character select? Yeah, it went fucking well, right? To be fair, I knew this was going to take ages. I didn't realize it was going to take this long though. Yeah. But overall, really liking the looks of a lot of this. Just gonna see if that changes anything in game. And then we'll call it. Like it really was a lot earlier than I was hoping that it affects it by. Yeah, it seems fine now. For now, anyway. We will test that further in the future, especially once we get more characters as available things to play. But yeah, there's a couple of things I think I need to change soon. I think one of the biggest things I'm noticing is that the slot, because I think it's 9 sliced to internal. Yeah, here. I think that needs to change. Because I think in most cases I actually am detrimented by this 9 slice instead of advantaged. So we'll probably remove this 9 slicing and have to fix a couple of things. Not too bad though. That's why I got like super confused with the player stats version of the slots versus the ones that you see in game, because like the 9 slicing is very different. So it means the edges are smaller in a sense in totality versus on the player stats versus when it's on like just the general UI. And that's clearly not a good thing. Because it's a big discrepancy, so it makes it look really weird. But I expect with the rate we're going, there's a good shout that we get this nice cleaned up and maybe even an update for it like this week or next. Depends on how the character select goes, because realistically, that's the big thing. That's the thing that's going to take forever. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I need to click a button. That button. That one. Anyway, you're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.